It's too early for me. I'm not awake, I'm just watching him. So I thought, oh, let's stream what he's up to, because this is what he's normally like every morning. And I just thought, I'm usually asleep. Just want to see what he's up to. Usually he jumps on me and he wakes me up. And I see if I can catch him red-handed. Red poured in my blood. Now he's like, why is she talking to herself? She's asleep. She's not asleep, is she? I'm not gonna say the word, or there'll be murder. He's expecting something. So, actually, while you're there, just keep an eye on the chat for me, in case anyone stupid comes along and says the usual mean stuff. I'm gonna see if Bino lets me sleep, or if he actually does bother me. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can sleep a little bit. If he's gonna be a pest. Yes, they do. They do. Oh, here he goes. I'm asleep. I'm asleep, okay? Are you playing with my unicorn? Hmm? I swear he's not bothering me because he knows he's on camera. So he's dozing now. He sleeps with his eyes open. So I think he's actually just gonna leave me alone. But I'm gonna leave the camera running anyway and see if I catch him doing his thing first thing in the morning. He tries to get me out of bed, or off the floor I should say. You know, because he won't, I can't say the word. If I say the word breakfast, he's having a bum yum. Okay, good boy. You have a bum yum. Yummy bum yum. Way to start the day. I slept pretty well last night, considering. Okay, I'm just gonna switch off for a bit and just let him do his thing. See if we can catch him doing his thing. Nice. I keep missing the potty. What are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing? Can you stop eating my unicorn? Oh, no. No. No, leave my unicorn alone. So what it is he's gonna probably start to, because it's dawn, so he's probably gonna start to do his thing in an effort to get me off the floor so that he gets his breakfast. just gonna pretend to be asleep. that's what he does. energy this morning, which is really good because I went swimming a lot yesterday. I get very frustrated when I can't play and do handstands and everything. And right now, because of my stress fractures, I can't do handstands. But I discovered yesterday that I can still do handstands on just my right hand. So I was doing one-arm handstands into the pool on my right hand, and I'm terrible at them, but it was just kind of fun. So I got to play yesterday, and that's why I've got a bit of energy this morning. It's when you're that ill that you can't play, that's when things feel like they're just in decline and in a spiral. And I've been like that for the last month or so. It's been really difficult to do very much. And I think it was my last live stream. I was just doing a demonstration on how I work with my injuries, disability, whatever. And if I don't do it, if I'm completely sedentary and I surrender to the disease, I get worse. But if I fight it using these techniques, I can reclaim some of that energy that enables me to go and play, and playing is fighting. Playing is fighting the disease back. So I managed to get to a point where I reclaimed enough energy capacity to go to the pool again. And that's why I'm more lucid this morning, instead of completely zombie and dead to the world. And I just wanted to capture this moment because, like, Bino waking me up he makes me smile, because he's just, I mean, even when he's a pest, he's really cute. You've seen him jump on me, trying to wake me up, testing if I'm awake. But I don't know if it was on camera. I don't know if the exposure was able to capture it, because it was, a bit darker. I really need more sleep, but I'm just enjoying the moment watching him. I've got my heating mat on. It helps me get off the floor in the mornings. And I'm trying to heal this stress fracture, which it doesn't want to heal. It's not enough of a break for the body to go, oh, let's bleed a little bit and make a matrix to heal that. So it keeps getting re-injured, and the bone kind of just bends a little bit, and you could feel the crack expanding into the bone because it's quite a stress fracture is like. Just see if I can explain where it is. I mean, you can't see it, I can just feel it. I've got a stress fracture in my radial bone, which is controlling my thumb. So I can't flex or extend or put any weight on it. But unfortunately, living goes on, and I like to play, so I keep hurting it. And the reason why I don't have it bound is because I want to get the heat on it with the heating mat to just encourage the healing. Oh God. And Bino has gotten used to the unicorn now. When I first got it, it terrified him because it was, up until that point, he was the biggest furball in the room. So he was terrified at this freaking pink horned horse. But see if I can. There we go. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And it really works. It really works. That's what I can get around the house with. It's great. So Bino has gotten used to it, but he's obsessed with the unicorn's tail. Like, he keeps pawing at it, and he's obsessed with the pink fluffy tail. Maybe he wants a pink fluffy tail. Is that what it is? Is it? Are you questioning your fluffy tail? What are you doing sitting in your hay bin? He's sitting in the hay bin. I should shut my eyes and get a little bit of rest. I just wanted to capture that moment when he first wakes up in the morning and starts getting active and stuff. He's actually been really good. He really tries to get me off the floor. You know, he really nags me, and that's been really difficult the last few days. It was just really, you know. I think he knew something was very wrong when I started wearing the wrist splint, and I put it on. I don't like wearing it at night now because, I put it on so that when I first wake up in the morning, if I have to dive roll out of bed, then I won't hurt myself. But it just seems to heal better when it's not in the splint, when I can get the heat on it. I'll bind it once I'm up. I don't eat. Actually, since you're on, I'm gonna see if I can fiddle around with this. Haha. There you go, Tony. I've made you a moderator. So now you can look after me while I sleep. I just need to get a little bit of shut-eye. He's being really good. Bino's being really good. He's been waking me up in the mornings, and it's been kind of difficult because I'm so injured. And I wanted to capture him on camera being himself. And there's my unicorn, by the way. Bino is obsessed with the unicorn's tail because it's long, pink and fluffy. I think he's jealous. I think he wants to have a long, pink, fluffy tail. I'm gonna just get some shut-eye before Bino bothers me. He gets really frustrated if I don't get up and starts jumping all over me and stuff. And I think he was pretty upset when I was wearing the wrist splint because he knew there was something wrong. He was like jumping on me and chewing it, like, get this thing off. It is currently, let me see if my other phone, I bought a new phone so that I could film underwater stuff. That's not right. I have no idea what the time is. It feels like it's about 7 a.m. So I have no way of telling. It feels like about 7 or maybe 8 a.m. Sunday morning. And it's a good time to be waking up. Lately, because I've been so disabled, I've been in so much pain that I don't get off the floor until about 10, sometimes 11 a.m. And that's a problem when you've got bunnies to look after. So they get a bit frantic. So yeah, they've really kind of helped to force me have a routine, even though I'm trapped in limbo of never recovering properly. I've managed to recover a little bit though. Oh, he's up. Good morning, Bino. It must be 8 a.m. Yeah, thanks, Tony. It's just some people are a little bit like, mean. And they don't know what's actually going on. In the last, not the last live stream, a couple beforehand, I had some idiot go, "Oh, you're an old lady," you know, because I was struggling to get off the floor. And I was just demonstrating how it is, and just explaining why when I can look healthy and sometimes I'm walking. Yeah, thanks, Tony. It's quite disgusting, and I don't have the ability, the mental capacity to look at the screen, focus on it, and moderate that. It's the world we live in. People are just insensitive. And I shouldn't even have to see it. It's, you know. Thanks, Tony. So anyone that's just watching, I've just made Tony a moderator, so I can get a bit of shut-eye and just carry on seeing what Bino gets up to before he drags me out of bed, before the giant bunny drags me off the floor. That's what he does. But now he's got a giant unicorn. He's got a unicorn to play with. And I've been using it. I've been using it to get around the house with. I'm a grown-ass woman with cancer. And it's disabling me slowly. And I was like, nah, I'm not getting a wheelchair. I'm gonna get a unicorn. Check this out. I can't seem to get the camera to... There we go. That is cool. Well, yeah, I mean, I've been adapting to a life where I am just crawling up the furniture to climb up the furniture to get off the floor, and it's painful. And disability aids just trap you, and they keep you in this sedentary position, like in a wheelchair, and I can't. I need to move around more freely. I don't want to feel trapped with my legs in this seated sedentary position, so I got myself a unicorn, and it works. It's great. It's brilliant. I love her. I've never had a unicorn before. I just dressed it up with my shorts. They make a really pretty saddle. I really am going to try and just get some shut-eye before Bino wakes up and terrorizes me. Well, he's being really good. He's got a distraction. He's got the unicorn. He can play with the unicorn for a bit. So anyway, just so you know, Tony, I bought myself a cheap phone. Doesn't matter if I drown it, so I can have a go at making some underwater movies again, which is my thing. I love to do. And it fits the old iPhone case, the underwater iPhone case, so I'm gonna start making underwater movies again, because I just love doing that. It's my fun thing. I just don't like the comments that people write. And it saddens me when I have to turn the comments off or turn the chat off because of the majority of, and I'm going to say the majority of male boys, like insensitive, underdeveloped. Bino, no. Bino, don't eat my unicorn. Okay, now he's going to be a pest. He's gonna be a little arsehole now. He's gonna try and wake me up by chewing boxes. Or I'm already awake, but he knows I'm awake, so he's gonna make a racket. Because bunnies are quiet. And he knows that making a racket will get me out of bed. Get me off the floor. Get him his breakfast. Okay. Okay. Don't laugh as much as me, okay? I know, you're scared of the unicorn, huh? You're so scared of the unicorn, huh? Wow. Well. Tearing up the carpet. Okay. Well, he keeps pooping right by my head. Ah, the unicorn has awakened and now the unicorn has awakened and now he's terrified. Okay. I'm gonna shut my eyes now that he's quiet and he's got his breakfast. See, the problem is, someone comes into the chat and writes, I want GF. It's like, why are you telling people how desperate you are? That is weird. Like, don't spew desperateness, because that's weird. upset with me. Him and baby girl have been fighting a lot, and lately she's been biting him in the face, and I felt something on his cheek, like a little scab or something. Um, so he's had his breakfast, he should be happy, but he's upset with me. I'm tired and I can't sleep. And Bino's upset with me, so I'm gonna do some physical therapy. Ow, so that I can wake up, get up. So I think what I'm gonna do is put the shorts on. I'm gonna undress my unicorn. He's wearing my shorts. So, so, I'm gonna just do some physical therapy so that I can get up off the floor. I'm feeling a little too tired, honestly, to start my day, but I actually have some energy this morning. I'm not feeling like completely dead. And while I'm focusing on myself, Bino will come out of his stinky mood, and investigate what I'm up to, because he knows I'm doing physical therapy. So, you know, the focus then becomes, instead of why aren't I looking after him, it's oh, mummy's looking after herself. So, I'm gonna put the camera over here. Right. So I've got my heating pad on under me. And this is how I like to try and get myself up in the morning. So these tumors, they're actually regressing. They're actually shrinking, but they're kind of painful to break down. So in Chinese medicine theory, we do a lot of what's called Meridian clapping. And I won't explain it in this video. But I will say that if you watch a Chinese movie called A Chinese Odyssey, we do a big joke with it. And there are these pilgrims, or not pilgrims, like a scholar, and he's like super decrepit. He's like lacking in vitality. Tony writes, have removed a comment from AR, wanted you to be his girlfriend. Yeah. I don't see that as a compliment. I see that as a declaration from someone walking onto my live stream and saying how desperate they are for mothering. It's like, wow, wow, I need a girlfriend. It's like, go suck your thumb, because you obviously need mothering, and no woman wants to mother that. What? I need a girlfriend. No, you don't need a girlfriend, little boy. That's just gross. Who wants to look after that? It's a big problem. I get that there are a lot of lonely young boys, and you can be 30-something, 20-something, and you can be lonely, but don't act like a little boy. What? I need a girlfriend. It's like, no, you don't. No woman wants that. Why are you declaring how desperate you are? It's just weird. If you're lonely, go fix it. It's a big problem. Anyway, in the movie A Chinese Odyssey, there's a really funny thing that happens. There's a decrepit pilgrim who's kind of all hunched up and he can't move very much, and he gets ambushed by bandits or something, and they knock him over into a fire. He falls into a fire, and it sets his D on fire, and he stands up, and he has a servant, and the servant goes, Master, Master, your D is on fire. And I was watching this with my friend, and I was like, did he just say that? Like, that stuff wouldn't happen in Western, like, comedy, you know? Because we're very prudish, and we don't say the D word. But in Chinese humor, like, everything's up for humor. So we say it a lot. You know, Master, your D is on fire. And he's like, oh my God, Master, I'll put it out for you. And the servant jumps onto the master and tramples the fire out, tramples him. And in Chinese medicine theory, there's a meridian that runs through there, and when you smack it, you stimulate nerve regeneration. It's something that in Chinese medicine theory we use. So I jokingly refer to myself as kicking myself in the D. Because it actually works. So yeah, I like to kick myself in the D to restore my vitality, and it actually does work, and it actually deplaques some. I'll explain it in another live stream, not this one. But so what I try and do is to try and rotate my hip flexor inwards. I rotate it inward, and everywhere it's this helps the nerves come back. So I'm doing meridian clapping, and that helps to bring my nerves back. And also where I'm wasting, I'm losing a lot of weight, and the fat goes away, recedes. The tumors are kind of fossilized, so it exposes the serrated surfaces of the tumors, which then scrape and damage my nerves. But if I pummel them before I move around, I can move without damaging my nerves. So that's really what I'm doing. I'm smashing up the plaquing, and there's a splash zone. Every time I hit, there's a splash zone where the calcium just splashes away from those nerve lines, those muscle boundaries, and it enables the muscles to be able to slide and move without being abraded. So it's the first thing I do. If I do this before I get up, then I'm okay. And then I can climb onto my unicorn and not fall. It protects me from falling. I had an interesting thought. What men need is, when they come out of high school, is to go back into conscription, go back into service. My dad was conscripted when he was 17. He wasn't in school. He didn't do school. He had to work from, I think, 15 onwards to help support the family. And then he was conscripted when he was 17 at the drafting age, whatever, back in England. And they gave him an education, and he became a radar, someone who looked after the radar systems. And then his career changed after he left the RAF. He would install automatic electric systems into people's mansions, and he would install television sets, and he would climb up chimneys and install the antennas. But my dad talked very fondly about those days, about being conscripted, having a purpose, having the camaraderie of going to Germany and after the war and looking after the radar towers. And he told me so many stories. It was a really proud part of his life, and young men don't have that these days. When I was growing up as a child, I had a lot of adventure. I would go out and build tree houses and play a lot. So I had a great childhood in a lot of ways. But I think there's something missing in society now. I'm here in America, and it's the same as England. I see kids not being children, and they are just kind of on video games all the time, and that's not being physical, that's not really playing, that's not really developing yourself. That's just tunneling in and losing yourself. And so you're losing your mind, you're losing your physicality, you're not developing, you're absolutely suffocating your development at a young age. And I'm sorry, but I really dislike video gaming. And I think back in the day when I was a kid, I wanted video games, but couldn't afford them, couldn't have them. And it was seen as a kind of expensive treat. And I'd go to someone else's house who maybe afforded a Nintendo or an Atari. Those were the things that people played with, those tape loading systems. But it was seen as an expensive treat. Not everybody had it, and if you had it, you had to take turns with your friends and take maybe, a 10-minute go until you died, until you lost all your lives. But now video gaming is a whole absorption thing. The system is just absorbing you. And it's addictive. And it's being normalized that it's okay to let a kid play on a video game for an hour. And to me, that's just normalizing addiction for an hour. It's weird. And I think that's why we've got a whole generation of corrupted young boys that have now turned into, I don't even want to say men, they're not men yet, they are emotionally underdeveloped, lonely males in a male body that don't know, that are just incapacitated. They don't know how to survive on their own. They're extremely lonely, they're depressed, and they think the fix to that is to look for another mother. And they call that a girlfriend. And that's why women are so disgusted with men at the moment. Because no woman wants to babysit another toddler. So that's the way I see the world at the moment. And it really shows my age. I sound really old. I don't even like the word girlfriend. I don't like the word girlfriend because I'm a grown-ass woman, not a little girl. I like to turn on my play when I want. I like to be a child when I want, but I'm not a little girl. So don't call me girlfriend. That's just gross. Because when you say girlfriend, you're implying that I'm your little girl. And I'm just... Stop it. Or is it because you're reflecting that you're a little boy who wants a little girl to play with? Just feels wrong. I think girlfriends don't exist anymore. I think women who want to be partnered don't want little boys, and they don't want, as a result, boyfriends. They want partners who are peers, who are on the same level as them, who are emotionally equal. They don't want little boys to look after. And that's why I have an issue with the word girlfriend. I just find it weird. I wouldn't call a grown-ass man a boyfriend. That's like enabling you to be a little boy, and I don't want to look after that toddler. Anyway, you can call it a rant if you want. I've just realised that I've been coming through this disease. I'm not on the other side of it yet. It made me contemplate a lot of things about life and the people you have around you, who you choose to partner with, how you grow with that person. And society's got it wrong somehow. So yeah, you can call me an old crone if you want. I'm good with that. Man, Bino is so annoyed at me. He's just avoiding me. I'm really looking forward to today, actually. I've had a really good burst of energy. I was at the pool for a good 4 hours yesterday, and I haven't been to the pool as regularly as I used to because of all the injuries from stress fractures and the pain of this disease. But I forced myself to go, and I do feel better for it. Swimming really helps to cope with this disease. Yeah, you know, Bino is pretty used to me slapping and clapping. He really doesn't like the unicorn. He doesn't like the slidey noise on the carpet. And also, he was a little ticked off at me. He had his butt facing me. When he puts his back facing me, he's usually annoyed. And I checked his face, and baby girl had bit him on the face a few days ago. There's like a little scab under his fur, and I touched it, and he was like, not good with that. I really wanted to check it and make sure that it wasn't getting infected or anything, but I'll do that later. He'll be all right. He's just a bit bruised, and he also gets a bruised ego. It's mainly baby girl I worry about because she's an elder bun and she suffers injuries. And he's clumsy. He doesn't realize how much he inflicts on her. So these work really well, and I went on to Temu to look for them again because they were literally like $3, and I would buy them in from China. The pool is nice and warm now. It was packed full of people yesterday. I'm in a community complex, and everyone was at the pool because it's like a Mother's Day weekend, so all the children were there with their mothers and grandparents, and I was there with my bunnies, and the bunnies were behaving, and they started bonding, and like, it was just beautiful. I want to see if I can do it again today. Anyway, I went onto Temu to see if I could buy these. Now, we've got the trade war issue. So Temu has come up with a strategy, and they have brought all the stock over to the US and they've put it in warehouses. They've overstocked the warehouses in the thought that now I don't have to pay tariffs, but they didn't stock these. And they've got the modern plastic ones, and I don't like the plastic ones, I like the wooden ones. Because the wooden ones, it's got a smiley face on it. The wooden ones, first of all, these have got 3 balls. So I got more control over the amount of dispersion. So if I tap with 1 ball, I get more impact, and if I tap with 2 balls, I get more dispersion. So I like the 3 ball ones, and they've only got the 2 ball ones, and I was like, eh. Plus, because they're plastic, they're more expensive. Plus, because they're plastic, it's like, I don't want to buy more stuff that ultimately isn't good for the environment, because this is bamboo. So it's, you know, sustainable. And I just want to minimize the amount of plastic I purchase, you know. And so I was really disappointed. So I can't buy any more of these from China. Otherwise, I would just buy a box of them, and every time I'm working with a friend, I just give them out, show them how to use it, and just give them out, because they're only like $3. They make a really good present. Showing someone how to relieve their pain using these Meridian clappers is awesome. I was at the pool yesterday, and there was this elderly lady who saw what I was doing, and she said, "How long have you been injured? It's very apparent when I'm hobbling around the pool that there is something wrong, and yet I look healthy." So people are not sure what to do with that, but this lady was like, "I have terrible lumbar pain. How is it you're able to move around when clearly there's something wrong?" And I pulled these out of my care bag and I offered to show her what they were. And in Western medicine, we have TENS machines, which distracts the nerves and makes your brain think that there's no pain. But it's just a distraction because the pain is still there. But I'm using it on her and I'm showing her what it's doing. And she was like, "Oh my God, it really works. It gets rid of the pain." And how it does it is it creates a splash zone. And in the splash zone, all the plaquing, the sedimentation that has built up around the nerves gets splashed away in these little shock waves. So it frees up your nerves, and it prevents your nerves being serrated and abrased by the toothpaste buildup. As you get older, you get a lot of sedimentation buildup around the joints for various reasons. And she was like, "Oh my God, this works." I'm like smacking this elderly lady on the back with these, and she's loving it. At a public, in a public space, you know. But this is what the Chinese do, and it's just normal, everyday stuff. It's not like, you know, but over here it's like, no, TENS machine, electrical stuff. This is simple. This is $3. You don't need batteries. You don't need any digital readouts or anything, you know, and it works. And it's actually shrinking my tumors. So I do my food therapy alongside with Meridian clapping, and it actually is shrinking my tumors. And I am met with a lot of skepticism. 2 doctors have palpated my tumors, and they're like, "Oh," they acknowledge they're there, and they compare it to the original MRI where it was the size of a grapefruit, and now they're broken up. They're the size of Maltesers. So if you imagine the chocolate that melts off the surface of a Malteser, God, I miss Maltesers. I really want a box of Maltesers. I really want a box of Maltesers. So if you imagine the chocolate melts off the surface of the Malteser, that's what happens overnight. You're consuming your fat, you're going into ketosis overnight, so the fatty layer that's insulating the hard core of the tumors is melting away, and it is exposing the serratus surface of these tumors, which can now scrape your muscle boundaries, scrape your nerves, and disable you in the first movements of your morning. So if you smash them down with the Meridian clappers, they can't destroy your nerves when you move. And plus, the powder that you splash into your body from the tumors getting broken up is now converted. You've done the work, you've converted it into mush, and now the body can just transport it away. It doesn't have to put the energy into trying to digest the crystals, because you've done the work. Hello, Bino. Hello, baby. You finished? You little piggy. I'm not getting you more. No, I can't get you more. You'll get messed up kidney and liver if you overeat. I love you, boo-boo. Did you just honk? I swear he honked. So, I've got my new phone. I'm gonna charge it up. And I'm gonna see if I can experiment today with the underwater case and see if I can get some footage underwater with it. It was $80, and I'm using it as a hard drive for making new movies with, because the iPhone that I'm using here for streaming is not that great. And my backup phone that I used to use for filming is gone. It broke finally. So I have a couple of scans this week, a couple of radioactive scans. I have to have them done like 24 hours apart, so I'm having them actually done a couple of days apart, because the radiation doesn't last long enough to do a full body scan, so they had to break it up into 2 days, and your body can't cope with that amount of radiation to do a whole scan, so I have to flush it out of the body and then start over. So they're just gonna track where the tumors are, and I know they're gonna be in for a surprise because I know they've shrunk. So anyway, it's so funny. It's like I've been labeled with the disease. I've got the label, and then the doctors say, well, there's nothing we can do, there's no treatment, there's no cure, and you'll eventually be disabled and disfigured, and it's a really bad quality of life issue, and that's the end kind of thing. These clappers, I cannot get them in America right now because of the trade war thing. So China has stopped shipping out to America, period. They've just stopped. And the only thing you can buy is what is here in the warehouses, wherever they overstocked. But the Chinese didn't anticipate that someone like me, who is Chinese, wants a bunch of these wooden ones, and they're selling the plastic versions, which I don't want to buy because of sustainability issues. So I just don't want to buy plastic if I can help it. If I can buy wooden, I'll get wooden. This is a bamboo, so I mean, this is like 2,000 years old method that is so common knowledge. Like, Chinese people we don't proselytize about it. We've been using this for thousands of years. But in the West, it's like, oh, you need a TENS machine for the pain. Really? It disguises it. It distracts your brain. It messes you up thinking, is that pain or not? But it doesn't actually get rid of the source of pain. And this does. This does. So, if they have Temu in England, get these. It's so cheap. It's like $3, and you can use it for everything. Arthritis, knee pain. It'll work for osteoporosis as well. I'll explain in another stream how they actually work. I mean, what was it? The Trump tax put a 145% duty on any imports from China, effectively tripling the price of anything that you want to buy from China, because he's stupid. You know, he's just stupid. So he wants to punish Chinese people and Americans, actually, because a lot of our stuff comes from China. All the components are made in China. So 145% import duty is what we have to pay now. It's not 145% plus sales tax. So we're looking literally at anything from China will be triple the price. Triple the regular price. So the Chinese stopped exporting everything to the US like about a month ago, and yeah, I'm Chinese on my mother's side. I do actually think I look Chinese. It doesn't bother me now because I know in myself that I'm Chinese. There's a lot of things that I feel that are different, and I realize now that Western people don't have this thing, which I can't put into words very well. And to me, it's kind of obvious that Western people don't have this thing because they think differently. If you think differently, then you can't speak about it because it's like you're speaking a different language. So there's a sensation that I have that I know my friend Charlie has, because He's Chinese as well. And we both think in the same way. So without even speaking, we know certain things, and we're on that same wavelength, I guess, is a Western speak of what it's called. We're on the same wavelength, so we understand each other. And that's a very familial thinking pattern that's only consistent with other Chinese people that I've met and that I see on social media. So I'm like, yeah, we're just wired differently, we're built differently, and even though I'm supposedly half Chinese, most of my gene expression is Chinese. And I studied anthropology, osteology, paleopathology, because I was like, I know there's something different about me, and nobody's talking about it, which means that nobody knows about it, because if people knew about it, they'd be going, hey, do you feel this? Do you see this? It only happens in Chinese culture. And when I've been looking at the Chinese social media, I realize now those are my people, because they think the same way, they feel the same things that I feel, and it's there, it's on Chinese social media. So I'm like, okay. And what I also noticed is that there's a lot of xenophobia. Xenophobia is the racism against Chinese, okay? And I see it a lot on social media, this propagandized anti-Chinese. And the propaganda is spread by Western platforms, Western attitudes, because it's a fear of stuff they don't know, a fear of stuff they don't understand. It makes me really sad, because there is more similar things between us than dissimilar, but there's also something that we have, that we've had as a culture for 5,000 years, that Western people are just like, la 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 la. Cheap Chinese shit, you just copied stuff, you don't invent stuff, you just copy it. You know, it's all this kind of propagandized nastiness, a refusal to acknowledge us. And as a second generation Chinese foreigner, how I'm going to refer to myself now is I'm a Chinese foreigner. I'm foreign to the Chinese people because I'm not there, and I'm foreign to the West because they treat me with such racism and disrespect that I will never fit in, no matter where I go. America isn't my home. The UK isn't my home. My home is knowing who I am, and I feel at home. I feel at home because I know how to heal myself using Chinese methods. What are you doing, Bino? He wants the blinds opened. He wants me to open the blinds. So I'm going to get up and I'm going to do that now, but I'll be able to move. Tony says, I used to share a house with a Chinese man when I was younger, but I have lost contact with him. His English name was Peter Yao. That's really sweet. I wonder if you remember some interesting things about him that was different from the way you live now. There is something different about us, and I know what it is now, and I can't put it into words, and maybe I'll do that in a video for other Chinese foreigners. Hello, Bino. Hello, baby. Do you want me to open the blinds? He wants me to open the blinds. Hi, Mike. Yeah, I know how to heal, so it's all just in passing, and I just went through a lot. It was very difficult, but killing tumors and reducing them back is actually a lot harder. Hello, baby. I'm just going to show you. Here he is. Hello, baby. Hello, sweetie. Mike, you can heal your own knee. If you watch one of my live streams, I actually made you a special message in one of my live streams to show you what to do. And you can work on it yourself with these Meridian clappers. So you need to get these ones, preferably the 3-ball ones. If you can't get the 3-ball ones, then the double head will do. So go look for them. They really do work. There is a process that I will explain in another video, how it actually works, but it will stimulate cartilaginous growth. It will stimulate cartilaginous growth because the stem cells that produce cartilage come out of the bundle bone, which is at the attachment points of the tendons. So if you snap those meridians that I show you in the video, the little shock wave is received as a piezoelectric shock, and it stimulates stem cells to come out of the bundle bone to regrow cartilage. So it can help. It can definitely help. So try it. I posted you a special message in one of my last live streams. He wants me to open the blinds. I'm going to do that because he's getting really ticked off right now and he's showing off his temper by chewing boxes. Doctor said my bones are rubbing together. That basically means that your cartilage is completely shot. You're going to have a knee replacement. You're going to be bionic like me. Knee replacement is so common these days. I wouldn't be scared of it. But definitely get these because you'll need them for physical therapy afterwards. The steroid shot is great because it will stop the inflammatory reaction dead in its tracks, but then your tissue will atrophy because when you stop the immune system, you're also stopping it from rebuilding. I'm going to just open the blinds. I can move now, so I'm going to slowly get off the floor and push the blinds open. So, um, hi, Mike. So, I think the more you know, the less scared you can be. I don't know if your doctor actually talked through your MRI with you, if you've had an MRI. They will usually do that, and then they can see the extent of the erosion of the cartilage. But even something the size of like a pimple can cause this immune reaction to start eating away at the cartilage and stuff. And even that can feel terrible, even if it's just a little tiny thing. So it could be that that you aren't there yet, and you could prevent it. When I had my hip replacement done, it was, well, this was going back over 10 years ago now. I had a little bit of cartilage loss to start with. The tissue got torn up, and my body wouldn't heal it because there was too much inflammation that was stuck in there, and I didn't know how to heal myself back then. Back in those days, I could have saved it if I'd used this. Yeah, my God, you remember that? That was so long ago, right? So I had 2 hip surgeries. The first one, if I had known what I know now with the tearing that was in my hip, I could have saved my hip myself with these while it was a soft tissue injury. But they went in and they did the surgery to polish it, which basically meant they took away more tissue. No, I won't be having my tumors removed. They can't remove the tumors because they're all attached to my nerve lines. They are just going to go in, and they're going to remove the metallic junk that's causing the tumors. And hopefully, if my bones don't shatter, the cause of the disease will be removed, and they'll just wait and see. That's all they can do, because there isn't a treatment. But they're already sitting up and looking at me because they're like, they've never heard of anyone regressing this disease. It's just not on record. And they've actually felt them. 2 doctors have like felt them and like, yeah, this. Looked at the MRI, felt my tumors, and there's a discrepancy because the one in the MRI is the size of a grapefruit. And there's less of me now. There's less for the tumors to hide in. They've absolutely shrunk, and they couldn't deny it. It's like they're painful to touch. And they're like, oh, well, just keep on doing whatever you're doing. And in Western society, they treat it as a miracle, right? Oh, miracles happen. But I know what I'm doing. So it's not like, for me, it's, the miracle is me. I know what I'm doing. It's not just magically disappearing. It's me understanding the mechanism and steering it in a way that my body can digest it. And I've been documenting this process over the last few months in the hope that anyone else who is going through a similar thing, and it really doesn't matter whether it's cancer or whether it's arthritis, osteoarthritis, which is what you seem to be suffering with. The disease mechanisms are extremely similar. They require the same immune cells to work. and you can trigger them to do different things. So my goal is to re-edit all of the stuff that I've been posting into and narrate it properly with illustrations, like the paintings that I do here, right? These are all the medical paintings that I do, and sculptures and everything that I do. Diabetes type 2 is something that you can also work with. I understand that feeling of you don't think you have a long time left. My thinking has recently changed. 4 months ago, I literally, I was that close. I was that close. But I knew I had time to reverse it. And I worked hard on reversing it, and that process was painful. I have a book here on kidney stuff in Chinese, which I'm translating. Actually, if I can just see it, I'll pull it down for you and show you what they talk about, just to give you some ideas of what you can do for yourself now, which is what the Chinese perspective is. Things that you can do for yourself when the doctors are like pretty useless, or they drug you up, or all they want to do is push pills or cut it out. That's all they can do. So, my attitude has always been live in the moment. So even if I'm suffering, I'm not unhappy and I'm not depressed. Sometimes, yeah, the pain and the discomfort and the suffering is really bad. But what makes it bad is if people around you don't understand. Because if you understand in yourself what's going on and you're doing the best you can, then all there is left is to enjoy the moment however you can. And if that means you're just going to chill out and you're going to watch a stupid movie for yourself, then do that. For me, I have to play. I physically have to play. That's what living in the moment is for me. And if I can't play because I'm too disabled, I will hang from the ceiling. I will hang from my knees. I'll do anything to just play, which is why I got myself a unicorn. Anyway, I got myself this book because I was like, when I suffered my kidney injury from this disease, because when I was experimenting with how to break down the tumors, I overdid it a little bit, and your body can only digest back about the size of an egg yolk per day, right? It's got a lot that it's got to deal with looking after yourself, but in terms of the disease itself, it can only dissolve back about the size of an egg yolk per day. If your efficiency is less, then it's less, right? So if you have kidney disease, You're going to have a lot of trouble with mineral balance in your body and getting toxins out of your body, and you're going to suffer with a lot of like brain fog, like weird brain things. It's going to feel really shit. I think swimming will help you a lot, especially if you go underwater, because you will absorb some fluid through the mucosa, and it stimulates all your organ systems to start working and compensating, and hopefully flushing through the kidneys faster as well. So anyway, there's this book. This is common knowledge in Chinese, by the way, to look after your kidneys. And I'm just going to flip through it quickly and explain to you a few of the little tips that I learned from this. Because this is such common knowledge in Chinese, over here in the West, we're like, oh, there's no proof, there's no medical books. What they actually mean is there's no Western medical books. But in Chinese, this is like housewife knowledge. This is like everyone knows it. And this is just a guide for the actual recipes of what you can do. So I'll show you like what I was doing to help my kidney injury. And it really worked. There's a little bit of basic anatomy here and the dependency of the organs. In Chinese culture, we believe that you are responsible for your body, not the doctors, because ultimately your body has to heal yourself. So if you know something's going wrong, if you get a sense of something's going wrong, you're guided by working out what organ needs to support, what organ needs the support, and how the other organs can step in to support that system. So we have recipes for different types of teas, and I've got the ingredients here, and I can actually put one together and show you. We talk about kidneys affecting the brain, how it gives you squiffy brain, right? So there's a lot of mineral-based seeds that help the kidneys. And it's like, oh God, how am I supposed to remember that? Well, a little rule of thumb is black seeds. Because black is related to the mineral content. And also the size of them is relevant, the little radius of the seeds is relevant to, at the macroscopic bond level, the type of bonds, the type of chemicals that the kidney needs to rebuild itself. Have you heard about that mushroom coffee on the internet? Yeah, you know what? I don't deal with any of those Western, how can I put it, hijacked. This is what we've been doing in our culture for thousands of years, and the Western people are like really upsetting me because they kind of capitalize on it and they hijack a recipe and they turn it into a freaking coffee. And it's like, wait a second. You can go to any Chinese store and you can buy 6-7 different super mushrooms and concoct your own brew. And you can make it tasty. And here's a recipe book. So I could do that on a stream one day and actually show you what I do. But the goal is for me is to actually make these videos and make them accessible to everyone. So the pills and supplements they talk about, it's like Chinese culture, we believe in whole foods, not supplements. And yeah, we make pills that look like bunny droppings because we get all the herbs, we grind them up, we mix them with beeswax or whatever, roll it up into a ball, and there's your pill. The lower back or the waist area if you feel a lot of discomfort there. Well, damn it, where are my clappers? Put them down. Here they are. So I found black sesame seed is a really good one. There's also chia seeds, flax seeds, black sesame seeds. So I will show you a couple of simple recipes that you can just, even if you can't cook it, seafood shop, seafood restaurant, treat yourself, get some mussels, get some shellfish. These are the natural kidneys of the sea because they are swimming in high saturation salt, and they're living and they're filtering. So everything that's in a mussel, in a shellfish, is sustaining life in highly saline, extreme conditions. So everything you need to heal your kidneys is in the shellfish, and you're just taking that organ apart. It's an organism. You're taking it. It's mostly a living kidney because it's filtering brine, salty water, right? You're taking the constituent out of that and you're plugging it back into your damaged kidney. So mussels and shellfish, it's all in this book. But anyway, I wanted to quickly show you. So the kidney pain thing here, the kidney discomfort in the waist. I do a lot of slapping of my back to stimulate those meridians, those adrenal glands that sit on the kidneys, to get your energy levels back up. So right here, that's where I slap. Oh, I feel so good. So the interesting thing is there isn't really pain in the kidneys. There's a weird kind of discomfort, right? But when you stimulate that meridian that's connected to the kidneys at that point in your back, you open up the pathways, you enable the brain to connect to the kidneys, and it can, there's more energy behind it for the body to look at that and work on it, and, you know, direct the energy of the body into the kidneys. So there we go. Those are some of the meridian lines. Where to slap. It's got it right here. So just think on your waistline. You can clap there. And they do a lot of these bridging exercises. You see me do that in the live stream, by the way. I actually did this exercise, but I was a bit more extreme. This is very simple. This is strengthening what's called the psoas muscle inside, doing this bridge, which is the biggest muscle nearest the kidneys. So if you strengthen that muscle, the nerves grow into it, and the nerves are the source of energy for the kidneys. So you enable the body to access that new battery of power. I've heard kidney stones are one of the most painful things. And I've had similar sensation to that with my gallbladder getting clogged, and that was pretty damn painful. So I really relate to that kind of pain. It is like literally 9, 10 you're in hospital kind of thing. You're ambulatized with the 10, right? So yeah, that's been me. I've had that a few times. Not kidney stones directly, but related kind of pain. Anyway, then we get into the recipes. And I've noticed that there's a lot of yang-based food, so there's a lot of black-based food. So black beans, black rice, black sesame seeds. Nuts are good. So any form of nuts. These are the nuts and things. And there's recipes for different soups. And I'm not going to push that on you because you're not going to experiment with this. But we, in Chinese culture, we know what to do. So we make, we know what recipes to make to help nourish the kidneys and help them along. That's exactly where I was slapping this morning. This meridian here is exactly where I was slapping this morning to help get my energy levels up. You saw me do that on the stream. This one is to help clear out the brain. So you can do massage, which drains the lymph out of the brain, and that helps flush the fogginess, the confusion out of the brain, because when you flush it out, the lymph passages backfill, and they backfill from the brain. So they draw the toxins out of the brain. So that helps a lot. I do that a lot. What else have they got in here? Some other different herbs to make teas with. Actually, I know some of the names already. So this one is Codonopsis, and this one is Cocos. It's like a cheap form of ginseng. It's very high in certain elements of the body. So it tastes kind of salty. So I put it a lot in my soups and things. I made a soup yesterday that I'm going to have today. Just banked a load of soup. These are the different soups that you can make with the same herbs or variation of the herbs. So yeah, I believe that's either a loganberry or, you know, I think they're loganberries. So anything black is kind of the key. The rule of thumb. Funny that. Truffles. Black truffle. Different mushrooms. This one's got shiitake mushrooms in it, right? Shiitake mushrooms are really good, but unless you buy them in a can, if you buy them dried and you have to cook them, make sure you sear them, because there is a chemical in shiitake mushrooms that can make you itch so bad. Like the cancer itch. And the Asian people know about this, so we make sure that we cook it properly. You have to get the temperature high enough to break down certain toxin that the body responds to, which is actually good for killing cancer, but not good if you don't heat it up enough. I've had the cancer itch, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone, and if you got that from shiitake mushrooms, that would suck. This is dried black fungus. This is really good for, how can I put it? Programming the immune system to, so here's the thing, your gut controls the immune system, the balance of the immune system, and it does that through bacteria. And the black fungus feeds the bacteria in your gut to help reverse diabetes. So black fungus, I really, really recommend. I make this into a gruel, and I have this as breakfast every morning, most mornings. And that is something that I could teach on a live stream. But that will actually help with diabetes. It can actually reverse diabetes. Black chicken. This is literally a black chicken, right? Extremely good for the kidneys. So there's lots in this book, and there is even some martial arts training in here about how to focus and resonate your chi energy so that you strengthen your kidneys or you support them. Oh, this is interesting. So, remember I talked earlier in the live stream about kicking yourself in the D. I kick myself in the D, I call it. There's a film called Chinese Odyssey, which is about a scholar on a pilgrimage, and he has a servant with him, and he's ambushed, and he gets pushed into his campfire by the bandits. And when he crawls out of the fire, because he's suffering with decrepitness, you know, he's all kind of hunched over and decrepit. And the servant looks at him and goes, "Master, master, your D is on fire." And he looks at himself and it's all flaming down there. And he goes, "Oh my God." And he gets on the floor and he rolls around to try and put the fire out. And the servant goes, "Master, master, I put the fire out for you." And he jumps on him and stamps the fire out. And the master stands up, this decrepit scholar, and somehow he's got all this energy back, and he fights off the bandits. And Bodhisattva says something like, "Oh, wow, so it seems that stamping on your D is your superpower. It's your way that you can heal. So from now on, these monks are going to follow you, and every time you need to charge up your superpower, they will stamp on your D." And it's a ridiculously funny film. Anyway, there it is. There is kicking yourself in the D. All right, that's what I was doing this morning. There's the Meridian marker. And you use the clappers. It works. It really works. It doesn't feel too pleasant. It's kind of uncomfortably painful, but it's painful in a good way because you actually feel something happening. Soy milk. So try and move towards soy milk instead of milk. Swimming. So this book is literally a Bible of information about how to look after your kidneys and bring your energy levels back. And it's on Temu. Right, so unless this book is in the warehouses, you won't be able to get it because we're no longer able to import anything from China. So unless it's in the local warehouses, if they've stocked them up, and then the translation part is really easy because you just Google Translate, Chat GPT. It's really easy these days. I have a translator pen, but I've actually found I've got this phone camera app, and I take the phone camera and it will print out on a mini printer. Actually, I've got it right here. Okay, so this is a mini printer, and I take a screen cap of the page on my phone. I'll demonstrate it one day. I won't do it now because I have to set it up. I have to set my phone up, my other phone, because I'm streaming on this one. And these sticky rolls is sticky paper, and you take a picture of the screen and it translates it, and you tear off a receipt that's translated and you can stick it in the book. So that's how I do my translating now. So all these methods are available to the Chinese for looking after themselves. Tony, you're the only moderator here at the moment. I can also make Mike a moderator if you would like to be a moderator. Because you're not always going to be on the stream, and I'm asking if anyone wants to be a moderator, just to let me know in the comments. I get some weird people come in here sometimes, and they just do these ad hominem attacks on me, like, oh, you're so old, or what's wrong with your face? It's like, I have cancer. And I've been so ill sometimes that I don't have the energy to focus on the screen and necessarily have a conversation or entertain these weird people. So I'm asking people that have known me if they want to step up and help me in the stream and just, you know, look after that for me so that I don't have to deal with these people. I've been documenting my journey because I didn't know if I was going to make it to the other end. And I thought, if I do, then I'm going to take everything and put context around it and show people this is what you can do to reverse disease. So my next challenge is to get strong enough for surgery in about 8 weeks' time. Mike says I need to find a job. The public can suck. Don't let them bring you down. I would do it if I knew how. Well, I can make you moderator if you like, and it just gives you permission to basically, like, anyone that comes in and they make a stupid comment, you have the opportunity to square off with them for me so that I don't have to even see it, okay? That's all I'm asking. And it's sad that we live in a world where bad behavior is normalized. Oh, thanks, Tony. Tony asked if he was the only one because, as he just wrote on the screen, he asked because someone had put it into review. So what happens is YouTube has their own review system, which is automated. It's done by an AI. And I don't know what would trip it off. Like, the AI doesn't pick on people being absolute wankers. It doesn't pick up on people saying, what's wrong with your face? Because there's no keywords, right? It doesn't know how to pick up on emotional antagonism, but it picks up on weird things like, you know, keywords. Like, even the word swimsuit is a trigger word, believe it or not, for the YouTube AI. I can't even upload a video with the title, with the word swimsuit in the title, because YouTube believes that that is fetish
content. And I don't even want to say that word, because now this stream will be in trouble because I've said the word. It's so weird. So I'm just gonna click on your name, Mike, and I'm gonna add you as a moderator so that now you have the opportunity. Whoever jumps on it first, I don't mind. Um, mm, 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 mm. Okay, so there you go. I don't know that it's hateful, people. I like to give people more of a not benefit of the doubt. I just believe that they are very emotionally deficit people who believe that everyone is for them, that they can consume for their entertainment. And because they aren't looking to themselves to get out of boredom or fix their lives, they're not looking at themselves, so they look outward, and they see me on the internet just being open, and if I don't give them what they want, they either demand it or they attack me, because they are that emotionally underdeveloped, stagnated. So that's what the problem is. Yes, you're right, Tony. These people just need to be publicly shamed, period. I think it's the only way they're going to learn. They just... yeah. And I just find it really sad because it stops content for you guys, for the people that actually are interested and want to learn and want to interact. It interrupts you guys, because if I am forced to change my behavior, hi Pistol, it's the internet, all kinds of losers on it. Yeah, we shouldn't let that happen. We should hold them accountable. They should be publicly shamed, period. Yeah, I get it, Pistol. Pistol says, I'm very much retired from content making, and I totally get it. I stopped as well. I stopped making content a couple of years ago. I just got to a breaking point where I realized I'm sick. I can't do this anymore. The thing that I used to love doing was actually underwater ballet. It's beautiful, it's graceful, and I'm disabled and I can swim. But if I put myself out there in a swimming costume, they want to objectify me, and it doesn't feel good, because that's not what I'm about. I'm just enjoying my life. I'm enjoying grace for the first time in my life, because outside of the water, I'm hobbling around and I have difficulty moving and I'm suffering a lot of pain, but in the water, I'm free. And people are insensitive, and they are like vampires, and they want to just drain me of all that energy, as if I'm producing content for them. And the YouTube algorithm is also responsible for that, because they want creators to be producing content for the audience. And they mark you down and punish you for it. So, for example, I have 3 viewers. You 3 are in here interacting with me. That's all I need. I'm actually not interested in having hundreds of viewers. I know you haven't been around a while, but there is something about the connection with other people to validate yourself and know that you're not alone in your suffering. And if I can be a demonstration that you have a method of looking after yourself, that you can change your perspective a little bit on living in the moment and enjoying life. What if you only have a few weeks left to live? I was there back in January. I literally thought I had about 6 weeks left to live, and I got through it. Yeah, and neither are any of you. If I get through this, I'm gonna reformat a bunch of my video logs, take out examples and show things that I was doing, and narrate it, and actually do the illustrations and show people how these things work, because I think I'm at a point where I realize I've got access to the Chinese way of doing things and the Chinese way of thinking, and I have got the ability to translate that to a Western audience that isn't really able to think in those ways, because it doesn't translate. When the Chinese people say your chi energy, like, people in the West are a bit like, that sounds like juju magic, what the F is that? But I can contextualize it and explain the mechanics, what's actually happening at a cellular level. Because I've studied medicine for over a decade. And I enjoy doing the illustrations and things, you know. So, I just want to, I see a lot of suffering in the West. I see the whole culture as being this underdeveloped culture that needs help. It needs parenting. The Chinese, we've had 5,000 years of evolution in terms of our culture and how to treat each other with dignity and respect. But the Western culture's only been around a few hundred years. We're still toddlers. We still don't have that bank of experience to draw on. And we don't want to be told. That's another thing. We don't want to be told, because we're like little children. In America, we're like, ooh, Tony, that's a horrific story. Tony writes, nobody knows how long they have to live. He shared a house with someone called John. It was only when his boss came knocking on the door asking for John that he should be at work, but he wasn't. Oof. Yeah. That's tragic. We're so disconnected in the West. Oh my God. That's just tragic. They checked his room and he'd passed away in the night in his bed. In Asia, we call that an unsupervised death. And it's a tragedy. It's a real tragedy. In Chinese culture, in Asian culture, you know if someone's dying and the whole family turns up to be there. There's a lot of interconnectivity in Chinese culture. There's a lot of context in Chinese culture, in Asian culture. So Mike says, if I knew how to send you pics of my life, I think you would like that. My daughter has several dogs I play with, and I love to see my grandkids. You have a purpose outside of yourself. And Pistol, I remember our first conversations. I believe I was sculpting a brain. It's sitting up there at the moment. Did you know we've been going through a bunch of solar geomagnetic storms lately, and my brain, actually, this is really funny. The brain sitting up on my desk, it's a plasma ball, right? With a brain sculpted on the outside. It has been going nuts. It's been going nuts. And I was looking at that thinking, wow, it's really active. I've been having hallucinations, and I realized it was the solar storms. So one of my favorite channels I've just discovered is, oh God, I've forgotten his name already. Oh crap. Anyway, he's a space weatherman, and you'll probably figure it out if you look at my channel. I think I actually have in my view history like what I'm watching, so you can stalk me if you want, and you can see what I'm watching. And I'm always studying. I'm always watching like the scientists and stuff. And he's a space weatherman. He's called Stefan. He's called Stefan with an F. I can't remember his surname. I think it's Burns, Stefan Burns. And there's been a lot of solar activity lately, and I've not been feeling very well these past few weeks. And I have to say, when I looked at his predictions for the earthquake activity and the geomagnetic storm activity, it lined up perfectly with how ill I was feeling, because it was affecting my brain. The solar flares were interacting with your brain is an electromagnetic circuit. It's very complex. And if you're a little bit off already, some weird things are going to happen. And I know my brain very well. I get hallucinations, so I'm not spooked. And I'm not going to a doctor to get them controlled, because I look at those hallucinations and I'm like, I know what's happening. And it depends on the type of hallucination. I know where in my brain is being affected. So, for example, I was having hallucinations of my bunny that passed away a year ago. It's very sad. And I was seeing him around the house. Oh my God, I'm going to cry. I miss him so much. And for people that don't understand, they'd be looking at that hallucination and they'd be thinking, I'm seeing a ghost, he's here. But I knew it wasn't. And I knew that was Pistol is right. The brain is the most important part of the body, because if you don't have this control system working properly, your organs are all gonna mess up. So you have to look after your brain. You have to do the head massage. I do this a lot. I'm always like, but I know how to stimulate different parts of my brain using these clappers. And so I got the hallucinations about Bunny, and I knew what part of the brain they were coming from, because if you have hallucinations related to the past that are visual, then it's in the back of your brain, because that's related to the past. And it just so happened that on the back of my brain, right, ouch, 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 I'm having trouble moving, right, on the back of your brain, right here, on the occipital line, which joins the neck muscles, if you get plaquing there, then it affects the drainage system of the brain. And so the toxins build up. So if I tap this part of the brain, tap this part of the skull, I know it sounds nuts. It will help relieve a type of migraine that I get. It will also deplaque that part of the muscle that is sedimenting up and blocking inflammatory movement, you know, to help get rid of inflammation from the brain. So it works. So I've been doing a lot of that lately. But also there's a little shock wave that travels through the skull, and it travels about 6 centimeters before it peters out and has an effect. And right at the back of the brain, near there, is where the pineal gland is, which helps you sleep. It controls your sleep patterns. Hello, baby girl. Hello. Baby girl's here. Bino is okay this morning. He's pretty chill this morning. He was pretty good this morning, actually. He wasn't an absolute bastard. Like beforehand, he's been he's been a bit fractious in the mornings. He's been a bit of an asshole. But he was pretty good this morning. I put the live stream camera on because I wanted to catch him being an asshole. And I didn't. He did attempt to, he was very jealous of the unicorn's tail. I'm not joking. He is standing up and he is pawing at the unicorn's tail. Like, I want a pink fluffy tail. I know. He's on the rainbow spectrum. I swear. He doesn't know it yet. He's gonna wake up one morning with a dyed pink tail. Only joking. I think he's envious of the unicorn's pink tail. Tony Bramley says, joking aside, I went for a brain scan and they couldn't find anything. Yeah, inflammation doesn't show up on brain scans. That's another thing. If you can feel the flow in your brain, if you can feel the pattern of your brain, you know what's going on. But I think in Western culture, we aren't really taught that. We aren't really shown that. So we don't know how to feel our brains. Oh, wait, is that a pimple I have on my eye? No. Tony, he says I mean I don't have a brain. You got me. This one time, Pistol says, this one time I had a great dream, I had my life together. Then I seen a unicorn in the dream and that's what gave it away. It was a dream. You guys are cracking me up. They're cracking jokes. They're better than me. You got me. Do you know what? I had a nightmare the other day with all the geomagnetic storms. You want to know what my dream is? You're going to laugh. It was a nightmare. Hang on.
I've lost control.
That's okay. I'm just gonna...
I put her down to eat, she ran away.
Oh, okay.
And then peed, and then he chased her. And...
Oh, okay. It's fine. I'm able to move around now. I've been smacking myself, so it should be able to move. And besides, if he gets stupid, I'm going to ride around on the unicorn, and that tends to put him in his place. He doesn't like that. He gets a bit freaked out when I sit on the unicorn. He doesn't like the noise it makes or whatever. Anyway, no, you guys are really cracking me up. Let me tell you my nightmare. So, the other night, and when I'm dreaming, I don't know that it's real or not. I'm just like, oh, wow, okay, this is my life. Damn. So I dreamt that I had just taken on a new job, and the crazy one in the White House, her name's Caroline Levitt, so I had her job. It was now my job to be that person. And I was like, oh my God, what a nightmare. So I was screaming at Trump, and like really screaming at him, telling him what an idiot he was, telling him like how stupid he is, and how he's just an aging, decrepit. I was just throwing everything right. That's what I was feeling. And I was just screaming at him. But it was my job to go in front of the public and defend him. And the press was there, and it's all like Fox News and stuff. And you know, Fox News asks stupid questions. They don't really ask questions. They say, so, you know, the stuff they ask. I'm just trying to think of a stupid example. About his cognitive test or something, or how he was feeling so young. How do you do it? How do you stay up at night and look after the country or something, you know? And I was just blown away with, like, that's such a dumb question. So I was attacking the reporters for their stupid questions. And then they got mad at me because they weren't asking the right questions, and they decided to attack me by murdering my bunny because they wanted to hurt me. And that was the end of my dream. I woke up because I realized it was a dream, because that's how I feel. Like, these people will do anything to hurt you for no reason at all. Oh, Bino. Here we go. Bunny wars. I'm gonna look after this situation here in a minute. Bino has already eaten, so I'm not gonna let him tuck in.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna take him for a cuddle. He's gonna have a cuddle. Yes! You're gonna get some attention. Oh. I'm gonna take the pressure off baby girl for a bit. Hey. So, this is Bino. So we're living in a world where I feel that people are trying to hurt other people for no other reason. They just want to hurt you. It's okay, Bino. She's very sweet this morning. You've already had breakfast, you piggy. Now you're getting attention. Okay. I'm gonna fetch my care bag so that I can give you a nice brush. Yes. Oh. Oh. Right. White rabbit candy. Mike, you had a bunny? That's amazing. I love bunny parents. We're a different kind of breed. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Oh, you happy? Is that a little chow chow? Hmm? 4.5 years. You had a rabbit. Yeah, you put him in the backyard and he took off. Oh my god, that's so sad. If he was much bigger, he must have been a Flemish giant. Because Bino is a New Zealand giant. Okay. It's okay, baby. I'm just checking your cheeks because I know she bit you in the face. I know. I know. She was a bit of a meanie. I'm just checking. There's no abscess there. You're fine. You've got a little bit of a bruise. I love you. I love you. I love you. Hmm? Mommy. 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 I got you, baby. Oh, my big boo-boo. Check your leg. Oh. You know you're on camera, don't you? You know you're on camera. He's... Oh, he says yes. Okay. You okay? So yours was a bigger bunny because he was a bit plump? Yeah, they do. They love ear massages. Mike, if you're still there, do you have access to a pool? A nearby pool? Like, it would suck for me if I didn't have access to a pool, like, where I could just roll out of bed and go to the pool. He's very relaxing, isn't he, just to watch? It gives me a lot of peace to heal him. He's been through so much. When I rescued him a year ago, he couldn't hop. He would shuffle around on his bum because he was kept in a cage for 4 years and he was so severely atrophied. He had no vitality left in him. He was shuffling around on his bum. He was a depressed bunny. And I saw that tragic bunny in the bunny rescue, and no one had taken him for... He was there from, I think it was October, November. They were advertising him. And I picked him up in... So he was there at least 7 months before I found him. And 7 months in a rescue was a very long time. No one wanted him because he looked so pitiful. And people just don't know what to do with that. They want a cute bunny that behaves like a bunny. They don't want a bunny that looks just tortured and suffering. And I knew, oh, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Did that hurt?
You okay? There you go. Oh, Mike, you don't like to go on your own. I love swimming so much that I don't care if I'm on my own because I give myself little challenges. And I film them to see if I can make progress. So, like, I started with doing underwater handstands, see if I could do a hot handstand. How long could I hold it for? And I don't really want people watching me because, you know. So that's how I got over it. And I would put the music on, blast it loud, and feel free to just dance in the water and just enjoy the music. I tried doing it stoned as well once. But then I got a little scared because I thought, you know what, it's probably not the safest thing to do. I do enjoy my gummies. So what I'm doing here is I'm improving the blood circulation to his rump, to his sacral plexus and his lumbar plexus, and stimulating the sciatic nerves and the femoral nerves, because I'm trying to heal him from a recent injury here. You can see there's a little blue mark where I marked it with some methylene blue. There's an injury underneath there where his tendons are very atrophied and they're kind of snaggy. So if I improve the circulation around here with the gentle brushing, it will enable his immune system to come in and clean it. I've also got to work on some knee extensions for him because he's not fully able to extend his knees. So I'll be doing that soon, but I need him to heal from this injury first. And then I can work on his knee extension. So just gentle lymph massage is what I'm doing, and that's what the brushing does. It stimulates the peristaltic flow of immune fluid to come in and clean, and with it is all the nutrients and the macrophages, if you like, that can help rebuild the blood supply. Oh dear, baby girl, baby girl, what you doing? Now baby girl's upset. She's behind the box. She's hiding still.
And she didn't do this much.
Yeah. I think she's jealous. She wants grooming session as well. She'll get her turn. Yeah.
what time of day, what part of the day are you thinking of aiming at to get to the pool?
I wasn't thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
I was just looking and trying to organize my thoughts in my day when I heard her scratching. I didn't want to bring her in the back and just dump her there.
No, no, no. I prefer her being out here right now. I'm just calming Bino down, and then I'll pick her up for a groomy session. Do you want me to look at it? Shall I get a close look at it? Hmm? It seems to be bothering you a little bit, and I'm worried. You got me worried now. Hmm? Oh, it's okay.
Hello, baby.
Hello, baby girl. Hello, sweetie pie. Hello. Oh. He's not worried about he's not injured. He's just jealous. Once again, baby girl is in the room, and he's decided that he's number one. So, if you bribe her and catch her, then I'll take her. Otherwise, I'll just fetch her in her own time. Um,
Come back out here, baby girl.
if you can't, then don't worry. What I'll do is I heard that.
I know you're a trick. Come on. Come on. See? No trick. Yeah.
What I might do is take her in the bathroom with me and go wash my hair.
Oh.
Because I really need a hair wash. I'm just going to try and brush it first so that it's easier to wash.
Good girl.
I woke up this morning feeling pretty energized for the first time in a long time, and it was the beef.
Really?
Yeah. It was absolutely
That fast?
yeah. Yeah. Just a little bit of iron. Just a little bit of iron and
Well, not that I believe supplements are better than food nutrition, but in your case, maybe
well it was
something that is truly designed to boost iron for women is a good idea.
it was everything because I've been doing the spicy chai tea and I made myself the special soup yesterday. So it was everything that I did yesterday, and I spent all that time in the sun and I was swimming. It was a lot. I did a lot yesterday, so I woke up this morning feeling like pretty energized, and I have not woken up this early.
What
In
time did you get up?
I was awake at 7 a.m. and I was ready to
Again,
go
or on your own?
on my own. And I have not been that awake, naturally awake, in months.
Yeah, I wanted to get up at, not 7, but maybe 8, and I was just exhausted. I had to go back to sleep.
Yeah.
I knew you were up. And she was awake, but she was being completely quiet and calm and just hanging out. And so I just closed my eyes and said, I'll just take a few more minutes, and suddenly an hour and a half went by.
So
I was pretty restless last night.
I'm hoping that I've broken the cycle of not being able to get up in the mornings because I fixed a few things. I fixed the diet, the exercise, and the emotional level.
Baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. Ah, I missed her.
It's all right. If you can park the pushchair up against the thing on the
Well,
side.
I have to clean this out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Are you going to use it?
No, I just wanted to make sure that I had
Yeah, it's,
access to them.
it needs to be cleaned.
Okay. I'm just gonna brush my hair and then wash it because I've been meaning to wash my hair for days and days and I just haven't been able to get around to it. I couldn't believe Bino was pawing at the unicorn's pink tail. That's so funny.
He likes your hair, and he's relating that, I think.
Yeah.
More than him liking the pink hair, he's relating it to you, and he knows that that's your thing.
Mhm.
You know, he doesn't like it, that thing. That he doesn't like, but it has this attribute that reminds him of you. Because when you're bent over and your hair is falling down around you,
He's in it.
he's compelled. He loves to just, he can't stop himself.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a beautiful moment yesterday when they were by the pool and they started to lick each other.
Be nice if it happens again, but hoping for it to replicate?
I'm not hoping now. I just, the fact that they can be outside together.
Well, the fact that
And
they did it once means they can do it again.
yeah,
So, it's worth hoping for, but not to the level of being disappointed if it doesn't happen. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
oh, just for your information. I've had Bino now for nearly a year, and they have not bonded, and it's not been possible to bond them because there are two broken bunnies, and they can't bond when they're both feeling in distress, right? So he had trauma issues, and he needed to heal from his trauma before he would bond, before he would accept another bunny. And she was an elder bunny who's suffering a lot of discomfort and aging issues, and she has expectations to be looked after, but he's kind of clumsy. He didn't have a lot of control because he was very atrophied and clumsy. He didn't have a lot of motor control, and so he kept hurting her. So it would just trigger this reaction, which would turn into a verbal tornado, and it wasn't good for either of them. So they haven't been able to bond, and I've been on medical leave for 4 months now, and in the beginning I was hurting a lot because I was like, I need them to bond, I need them to bond. And now I've just realized that they are not going to bond until they are both healed. She needs to heal from her aging issues and from her lack of trust. That's a neurological wiring thing that doesn't happen overnight. Even if he was to suddenly turn into a magical loving bunny, she's not going to trust that. It takes a while for the nervous system to stop reacting. And he is a trauma bunny who seems to suffer with PTSD, and everything sets him off. From the mailman to, the neighbors upstairs walking around, everything sets him off. So he only reacts badly once, and then they can just end up in this spin cycle, literally fur flying everywhere, tornadoes, it's bad, and they hurt each other, they get injured, and then I have to separate them for some time while they heal, because while they're injured, they hate each other. It's like, he bit me, she bit me. But because she's a smaller bunny, she's more prone to life-threatening injuries, and it's just really difficult because I have to heal that. It's a lot of work, and so far I have gone through 2 life-threatening injuries with her because of him. So that was a $700 visit to the vet the first time round, and I was like, okay, I know what I'm doing now. I feel like it's my fault because he injured her again. I'm not going to take her to the vet and spend another $700 because I know what I need to do and I've still got the medicine. So but healing the bunnies has been in parallel to working on myself, because we share the same meridian pathways for the same organs and things. And when I knew, oh, this is what I need to do to heal her, to make sure she heals quicker, I'm doing it on myself. I know it works. And to see that play out on a bunny and heal the bunny is just further proof. Okay, I know what they're going through. They will bond. I'm just going to relax about it, not worry about it, because they need to heal before they can love each other. I've also learned that because she's an aging bunny and he is not suffering with the same aging issues, he's not able to take care of her aging issues. So Bunny that passed away was very good at this because they were aging together, so they had similar issues. So they knew how each other felt, and he was able to compensate for that and look after her in ways that a human finds it very difficult to do because of our clumsy fingers. And they've got dainty little teeth that can go in and prune the keratosis around the eyes, the ears. And so I've had to do that for her now. And because I'm so clumsy, big stubby fingers, I have to grow my nails long, and I keep breaking them because they're weak from my kidney issues or liver issues or whatever. So I've got special forceps tweezers that I use to go in and help break up the keratosis and draw it out of her fur without harming her. All these little things I've picked up on how to do it. And then I see the same build-up issues on me, and I'm like, oh, I've got skin, not fur. How do I deal with that? So the clappers work for me. Okay, I am going to end the stream so that I can carry on with my day with the bunnies, and I'm gonna head to the pool today and spend a long time at the pool. I don't really have plans because I've kind of given up with that. If I have plans, then I have expectations. If I have expectations, then when I don't get them, it's really disappointing and depressing. So I've got everything on standby, and if I have the energy to try new things, then that's just part of the fun, and I'm just enjoying the moment. Whereas if I make a plan and I can't do it, that's more painful to me. So we'll see how far I get. I'm just gonna take my time at the pool, spend a long time, and just play. If I film anything, that would be great. But I've got a new phone to do it with. Then I've got to figure out how to edit on this new phone. I don't have a movie editing app on it yet. Yeah, Mike says be careful over at the pool. And you're going off to do chores. So, we'll see what happens. It's going to be, let's see, what time is it now? It's morning. The best time at the pool is going to be around 4 p.m. because then there's enough shade over the pool for the bunnies to be comfortable. And hopefully there'll be a lot of people, so the bunnies will be socially immersed. I might head out there a little bit earlier, at say 2 o'clock. So I'll aim for around that time. So whatever I get prepared before 2 p.m. is what's going to go out with me. So it's going to be very busy at the pool today because it's a Sunday, it's Mother's Day, and there'll be a bunch of people just celebrating or milling around by the pool. During the week, people are working, so the pool is very quiet, and I won't have the opportunity to socially immerse the bunnies and distract them from their hatred of each other at the moment. It's all a distraction because they are so invested in reactivity at the moment. I need to distract them from it. So I'm ready to go wash my hair now. It's kind of difficult, self-hygiene while you're ill because your energy capacity to do things collapses.